when your heart was left shattered all over the place. Only pieces remain of who you were before. You forgot who you were, just left to wonder. I think you need this reminder to help put you back together. I'll be your mirror so you can see the girl that I see when you're standing in front of me. It's hard to capture the wonder that you are, but if you look, you will see what I see. We're all stained glass, we're marked mosaics. Come into the light, let out your perfect radiance. I think you need this reminder to help put you back together. I'll be your mirror so you can see the girl that I see when you're standing in front of me. It's hard to capture the wonder that you are, but if you look, you will see what I see. Wish you could see, wish you could see, wish you could see what I'm seeing now. Wish you could see, wish you could see, wish you could see what I'm seeing now. Skies and gold, you are beautiful. Kill the lies, you are worth it all. You're not done, there is so much more. See it staring back at you. I'll be your mirror so you can see the girl that I see when you're standing in front of me. It's hard to capture the wonder that you are, but if you look, you will see what I see. Wish you could see, wish you could see, wish you could see what I'm seeing now. Wish you could see, wish you could see, wish you could see what I'm seeing now. Many people grow apart, a million different reasons. I know it's easy to give up. I bet sometimes you wonder, but I will never let you go. You and me together, there is nothing better.
Let's try that again. G'day. Yeah. G'day everyone. Welcome to Saturday's morning stream. Still a quick audio check, make sure everyone can hear me all good. Make sure everything. Yeah, I'm just gonna turn down Spotify. Bit. Let's see if we can hear myself. Alright. Test 1, 2, 1, 2. Hear myself. Alright. Test 1, 2. Yep, okay, we're cool. Alright, let's do it. Alright, so where are we with this project? So I've spent a little bit of time on it. I'm off camera, and one of the things I've been working on is focusing on trying to fix this issue with pre-passing code. So the issue we had was, I'm just going to kind of bin this and restart it. So the issue that we had was that with the datum configuration, so for the datum configuration, resolution precedence. You can see here we have a folder structure that's basically determines how configuration is applied. The problem with it is that I was struggling to figure out a means to be able to kind of join it and essentially associate it to actual data, so pre-parsing it. So what happened, well, I'll just quickly show you. So if we go source path down here, cool. Alright, so if we go folder structure, you can see here that we actually have, we've gone and enumerated all that content within the DSC source, or within the Datum source. So that's basically, you can see here, you've got source roles, all that kind of stuff. So if we go back to resolution precedence, you can see here that, you know, roles, for instance. So these files would essentially constitute as roles. I was kind of thinking about how to actually kind of do this, and I was mucking around, toying with the idea of focusing on, like, essentially going through the Datum configuration and then kind of enumerating it manually. I started writing that way, that methodology, using that methodology, but I don't think that it's going to, like, it was too complicated, and like, essentially, you know, what happens if it couldn't resolve the existing thing? Like, essentially, you're looking at, like, a good example is that if we look at the Datum configuration here, you've got two sets of data, and so essentially what it was going to say is, if it's like, it would have to look at the parent, and then it, like, you're kind of facing this chicken and the egg scenario if you're going down that path. So I kind of thought about it and thought, what was a better way to do it? And essentially what I realized was that you could essentially enumerate the folder structure on the left, on the left or the right here, your left, my left, your right, and then on the, and then over here we could then essentially overlap the two. And the way that we could do that is there's two ways to kind of do it. You can go about the way, like, you need to be able to find a common piece of information to be able to do that. So what I mean by common, I mean essentially the common items are basically the folder structure. And so the way that you can kind of get around this is that basically you can go and enumerate that folder structure and then get this essentially using the depth. And this is ignoring file and folders for the time being. Like, we might need to update this to kind of cater for files and folders. But essentially the depth becomes the common denominator within those two items. So essentially what I had to write was a resolve YAML item, which essentially, let's just kind of, it's a, you have a folder structure, so we're enumerating our folder structure, but then what I'm doing is I'm basically getting the depth, and I'm kind of doing some other things. Essentially, I'm formatting the data so that it kind of fits within how we would expect what Datum would need to work. So, you know, whether it's essentially it removes the .yaml file, it's just, you know, it'll just be like prod, test, staging. It won't be staging.yaml, it's kind of irrelevant. So once I've got that information, I can then use resolve datum item. And this is kind of a, it's very interesting because this one is top down in the sense that it has the capability to essentially, it just needs to get the data. That's all it cares about is the data. What the datum item, resolve datum item does is it has to work from the bottom up because that's how the resolution precedence works for this point in time. Like I'll need to, you know, you can kind of make some changes to it. And you can make changes to the datum resolution precedence. So that would need to be a little bit more dynamic. But the whole concept here is that you have to work from the bottom up because the precedence basically says that this is the low, this is low level, this is top level. And using that, what we can do is we can basically take each of the items, split them, give them a depth. So you can see here what we're doing is you're taking a datum path. So this would be a baseline / DSC datum would be a datum path. And then what it would do is it would basically reverse, it'll iterate through it backwards. So it looks at, I'm just having a moment. Yeah, so it iterates it through backwards. Anyway, so the whole idea here then is that you can split the path. It basically cuts them all up. And then it basically assigns a depth to that specific item. And then what it does is it basically tries to figure out, does it contain a variable or a PowerShell sub-expression within it? If it does, it will set that to be true. It basically will set it to be true or false. Once that's done, it'll then iterate through and associate the values that were it basically then matches the file data into it. So it now can overlap it on using the depth as the common denominator. And now you actually have an ability to you have the ability now to kind of match that data, essentially pre-pass it, which is really quite cool. So that's solved a massive problem. So what we're going to do now is we're going to focus on essentially getting this written quite nicely. Now we're going to kind of make the script a little bit more, it's a little less sketchpad and a little bit more fully featured. So what we're going to need to do is, I'm going to kind of keep these where they are. So the whole thing I want to be able to do is okay, we're passing values. So what we're going to need to be able to do is kind of get all that information in and be able to actually produce an object out. Then we're going to reformat it and then output essentially an XML file which can be used by a process that basically, actually no, we'll just output an object and that object can be used within the process. Doesn't need to be it doesn't need to be any more complicated than it needs to be. Alright, so what we're going to need to do okay, so what we need to do is, since we've got, we can get rid of some of this stuff, we don't need any of that. So what we're going to do, first I just kind of need to make sure, missing command, what am I missing? Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, fair enough. I'm just going to dump these into memory. And what we're going to do, first thing we're going to do is resolve our YAML info. So, so we're just going to so you can see here we can basically resolve our info. So what we're going to do, alright, so what we're going to do, I'm just going to call it file. Actually, we're just going to call it YAML file items. So that essentially will resolve that, and we can just pass in we can do like so. We'll do that, then we can kind of get this folder structure. No, sorry, we need the folder structure. What's it was all gambled? Actually, no, we don't. We don't need this. We don't need that at all. So what we can do is bin that. Alright, so now we've got our template file. So the template file is basically going to be used to be able to kind of associate values and set things. Still not fully sure how that's going to fit within the scope of things. I think within this script, it's not relevant. The goal is to be able to get the content, merge the content, and spit out an object that can be used by a parent. So that's what I'm probably going to do. So I think the template can kind of just go on the rocks for the moment. And the thing is that when we're not looking at like $node, that can be something that can be handled by a higher level function. So we can go, okay, this is $node. We're looking at things within here. And that's how it can target. So for those who are not familiar, $node within Datum is the actual node configuration variable, which is used to essentially create configuration for, should switch that around. So that's the, actually no, do the other way. That's the way that it kind of hangs together, is that the node variables essentially corresponds, this is the actual variable for that machine. So that's going to be the variable that we'll be looking for. So in this instance, what we're doing now is we've got our configuration, we've got our source path. What we can do is we can wrap them up inside parameters in the template file for that sub expressions. And what we're going to need to do is iterate through each of these items and return, because this is a single item, resolve datum item, and resolve YAML item. So what we're going to need to do and then what we're going to do sorry, we can just basically go datum configuration resolution precedence. And you can see here I've just kind of got basic things. So what I'm going to do is move them down, and we're going to make an advanced function here. And what we're going to do is we're just going to basically say string I'm going to make it mandatory, and then we're going to say value from pipeline, and we're going to make it pipeline. And the resolution, I guess I'll use to increase those. If I can actually spell, so the idea here is that with resolution precedence, so datum path, and then we can basically say value from pipeline, and essentially what I can do is take the resolution precedence and just pipe it straight in with the YAML configuration. So what we can do is just say this is where class is really quite handy if you want to kind of really lock it down, but in this end I'm going to kind of leave it a little bit loose. So we can make that mandatory, make that's type string, this is going to be a type PS object. Actually what we can do is go not bind path, parameter little path is null. Okay, source path, let's flip that. Huh? What's not working? What did I do wrong? Cannot bind path because it's null. Okay. So let's have a quick look at what's going on here. Ah, oh, it's not source, it's file path. We're going to fix that up too. That's going to get fixed. I just need to kind of have a look at what the... Okay, I'm just going to make it a type object. It's just going to accept everything. I'm going to make it a generic object. YAML items. So the idea here is that what was that? Datum path. Cool. So what we can do now, is essentially we can go resolution precedence, type datum item, and then I can say YAML items, and then basically do that. And then we can basically say item, we can just say so pre-pass like so that essentially it'll return what I'm going to do now is upgrade this function. I just had a thought. Now the thought is that because we're dealing with a pipe, I'm going to actually begin processing and blocks here. The reasoning why I'm doing this is it's going to get very messy very quickly. Function should not have an open brace same line as function name. Okay, it doesn't like that. Absolutely. What is it? Function should not have an open brace on the same line as the function name. I really disagree. I have no idea where it's carrying on about that. I'm just saying I like it that way. That's how I like to see it. Anyway, so let's keep carrying on. So the next thing we need to do is thinking about that. Maybe it's what's the saying? Yeah, let me reread this. Function should not have an open brace on the same line as a function name. Let's have a quick look. I didn't want to have to like. I'm gonna have a look at this. Scared to be afraid, admit that I might need you for this. If we're under lock and key, I might want to up and leave. No, I'm not going out to anyone else and playing their music. I'm only playing this music from people I know who actually want to have they can get money for. Yeah, I need to fix that. All right, so anyway, we'll carry on. So the next thing that we need to do is we need to figure out why is this not working. Okay, so basically it wants us to essentially after every function definition. Jeez, that's going to be a pain in the backside, isn't it? Well, I've done it. Stop complaining now, please. Oh, it's complaining about a lot of it. I'm going to just kind of... All right. Anyway, so once it kind of figures itself out. So what I'm going to need to do... Well, we've resolved our datum items. We're just going to need to create a list. So system.item. I'll always forget this class. I just need to go and create a list. System.item.array. System.item.list. I think it's system.item.list. I just need to go and figure out what the class is called. System.collections.generic. Geez, I was not even close. System new. I haven't done this in a while. I'm pretty sure that's C#. I'm pretty sure that's C#. Yeah, it's not happy about that. Systems of connection. What's the format? What's the format? Okay, no, I was right. It's just quickly wrapping my head around. Okay. Stop harassing me, PS Script Analyzer. Okay, I was right the first time. All right. So we can create our list. You can see here each item. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and create a list for that as well. That looks like it's a hash table. Go ahead and do that. Oh, I need to fix Spotify. I'm just going to restart the existing playlist. So the idea here is that we can go list dot add items. I've just been writing too much Node lately. Gosh, I've got to get rid of this script analyzer task. It's driving me nuts. Clean it up later. Stop harassing me. Where's the script analyzer rules? Let's just chuck an underscore on the end. That didn't do anything, so I'm going to stick underscore there. All right, so hopefully that tells me to stop bloody annoying me. Where's my tasks? Tasks, here we go. Build. Yes. Alright, there we go. I think we fixed it. Good. Alright, so, what's that? Fix it? We just broke it so we can just not see squiggly yellow lines. Alright, so what we need to do is... so we're going to do, oops, do that. Well, I'm going to leave that as is. G'day, crazy dog. How you going, mate? Alrighty. So what we can do is, we can pre-pass. I'm just kind of going through, making sure everything's sweet. What was that for? I don't think we need it. We can bin that. Off you go. Oh, that's the new... Okay. No, it's not technically... it's technically new later, but anyway. So what we can do now is... Actually, I'm just going to comment it out. I think I'm going to use it again, but I'm not going to use it yet. The idea is... We do that. Let's go ahead and run it. So this has kind of cleaned it up a lot now. We can kind of, and then we can fix this up here as well. So that's fine. So let's go ahead and run this and see what we get. That's a good output. We haven't. Oh, it's because it's written there. It's not doing a quick pass. Absolutely dilly squat. Let's just rerun it like so. Is it actually doing anything? Because it's parsing it. Okay, what I'm going to do is just drop a breakpoint in here. See what's going on. I don't think it's doing anything. Is that actually doing anything? It's not doing anything. Alright, is it actually... Okay, that's fine. What's that? That's a string. Yes. Alright, breakpoint time. Let's figure out what's going on here. Okay, breakpoints are not working, so what we're going to do... Okay, now we're cooking with gas. So we've got the resolution precedence, so we can just step through. Alrighty, so what we can do... So, file names there. Okay, that works. I'm not really particularly interested in that. What I'm interested in is... Yeah, Al Dente, I don't have any commands, so I haven't really spent much time on getting my Twitch working and making it all fun and that, but yeah. Maybe I'll write something in there that we can kind of do some interesting PowerShell with. Maybe I'll just set up like a VM. People can kind of like run commands. We kind of... Yeah, that'll be an interesting idea. Set up a VM where basically people could just jump on and do stuff on it. However, there's a twist. And the idea is that yeah. I'm just kind of thinking about how that could be make a bit of fun. See some random things that happening. All right, anyway. So back to this. This seems to be working. What's not working, man? Okay, so we're on resolve datum, resolve YAML item. That's fine. What about? Okay, so we're in the datum list. That's fine. Datum path. Ooh, yeah, that's fine. Okay. I don't know why. I don't know why I just decided to stop. Just go ahead and rerun it. Cannot bind argument to path because it's an empty string. Datum path. Alright. Interesting. Alright, let's go rerun this. Let's go rerun this. That's weird. Yep. Is it now not working? Is it resolution precedence? Don't think that's the issue, but keep cracking on. All right, so so we're in process. Is datum path been passed? Oh, it is. What are you going on about? Jeez, calm your farm. All right, you're just having a bit of a moment, aren't you? Aren't you? That's what. Just need to do that and nothing here. Let's try it again. Absolutely nothing in items. Why is there nothing in items? Breakpoint on here. This is because I've switched to generic lists. I think I'm just not doing something right. That's alright, we'll figure it out. So, yep, there. Alright, is there any items in here? There are. Okay. We have items that are pulled out of here. Okay, so what we can do is we don't actually need to redefine it. Because we're just going through and setting properties now, so that should fix. And now we can actually carry on. Let's see if that fixes it. Yes, it fixed it. Okay, cool. So now we should actually get an output. Perfect. We get a big old output. And so now if what we can do, let's just kind of clean this up a bit now. So what we're going to do is get rid of all that. throw that down here. Bring mandatory. Datum file, so like so. We could just say the datum.yaml file, and what we can call this is data configuration, like so. And then we can basically say same thing, and this time we're going to say configuration path. Datum configuration path, and we can just basically say configuration path, like so. And then from that, we can then plug them in. So we can just come down here, get rid of source path. We don't need that anymore. So that's gone. And then the only other thing we need to get rid of is that, and then we can get rid of that. And what we can do is we can just throw what we can do is just and what I'm going to do here is grab the what we can do here is grab the do a quick test path. Going to validate the script. So what I'm going to do validate script. I've just got to go and have a look at the PowerShell, advanced functions, validate script. I just need to see the syntax. Just 2 seconds. Let's validate script. Where's validate script? Come on, come on, come on, come on. Yep. Okay, cool. So what we can do is say test path, literal path, that. Just say now the reason why we're putting an error action in here, God's sake, right in here. When you're writing in there, it's not great. Error action. The reason why we're doing that is that if there's a non-terminating error, it'll turn null, which doesn't particularly work well. So what we can do is do this, and we can essentially just say, this is where ternary, I want to say ternary, actually that wouldn't work here. We can just say not, so basically if it doesn't exist, like so, we can just say missing file path, missing file path. And that's it. And then we can do the same thing here. Put the file on the end there to make sure it's explicit. You know, we can just say test path as a directory. Let's see. Path type. what's it? I think it's path type container. Also excludes path type. Is valid, potential. Okay. Oh, whoa! I nearly broke something badly. So what we're going to do now is let's carry on. So what we're going to do here is I'm just going to say missing directory like so, and then what I can do, oh whoops. What we can do here is say that configuration file. Kind of clean it up a little bit, make it a little bit more user friendly. So now we've cleaned that up, and we can extract the information out of it. What we can do now. And change this. Let's go and have a look at our best friends, the approved verbs of PowerShell. And we need to figure out a one. So what we need to do is, it's essentially parse, which is what we're looking for, like that. No, that's not even in there. So we're going to have to look at what we want to look at. I'm thinking this is like I'm thinking what we're going to need to do is, jeez, it's really jeez. Read? Get versus read. Read, use the read verb to open a resource and extract information contained within. Why is information from a source? This verb is paired with write. Oh, yeah. I think this is read probably going to be the right one. So we can just say read. Read datum configuration. Alright, so now we can read our configuration. Let's just quickly run it, make sure it still works. Data configuration file, let's go and find that file, copy path, dump that in, data configuration path. Oh gosh, I actually didn't even need to do that. We can actually clean this up and just use the condition on it. Jeez, why did I think I haven't used it in so long, and then I just realized I don't actually need to worry about it. So what I'm going to do here is, if it exists, great. If it doesn't, it doesn't. So it'll return true or false, which the validate script parameter will manage. So if we rerun that, there we go. Cool. All right. So what we've done now, so what we can actually do is let's have a look at it. So we can actually go and have a look at the data. So you can see here, this is one of the entries inside it, and within that we have all the pre-parsed information for all nodes. And the idea here is that we can now figure out that information. So if we go and have a look inside here, you can see here, for instance, so this is essentially the depth information. So you can see here, for instance, let's just go to the first one. Yeah, the first one's a good one. You can see here we've got the path, and the item that we're looking at is node name, and the values are essentially these. So these are the items that basically exist within that depth, because we're using the depth as a matching parameter. So that's basically really what it does. Using that now, we can kind of go one step forward and start figuring out how to use that information. So let's go ahead. If we could start pre-parsing. So the next thing I want to do is go through all that data and essentially squash it in a way that yeah, we're going to squash that data. Actually, no, it's already squashed. So I'm just trying to think, what do we need to do from that now? So if we're reading the so we've read the information, it's parsed it. It needs to associate that data somehow. So what we will need to do is look for the node variable. Once we can find the node variable, those are the values that we care about. They then translate. I'm just thinking this out loud. So they then the node variable values then translate into parameters, and the values that are associated to them translate into a set. Oh, no. So if they translate into a set, a parameter set. Okay, so the next thing that we need to do is write a function that can create parameters. Now, the reason why we need to create parameters is because ScriptRunner essentially pre-passes the PowerShell script through the AST, and then what it does is it looks at the parameters, and then basically using those parameters, it's able to identify those are essentially published as options within the code. The parameter values is what will be set within it. Okay. All right, I think I figured this out. So what we need to do now is we need to write a... we're going to need to write a script. Jeez, what is that? That's my scratch pad. So what we need to do is write a script, and we're going to call this... Actually, we're going to need to... I'm just going to start making a module. I'm just kind of like trying to get my head around the all the bits and pieces that need to be done. Okay, so that essentially becomes a private function that's within a module. So we need to write another private function, and we're going to call it write datum configuration. No. We're going to call it convert to PowerShell parameters. Convert to PowerShell parameter. So the idea here is this needs to be flipped into a function. What I'm going to do is just tab everything in, pop that out, read datum configuration. What we're going to do is, for the time being, what I'm going to do is just focus on delivering we can just have functions nested inside of functions. Not the smartest thing for the time being, but that's fine. We can pop them out later. But for the time being, I just kind of want this to be self-contained. So then what we can do is we can then say convert to PowerShell parameter. So, excuse me. Like so, and what we're going to do is just go parameter advanced. It's going to go object. Let me just say object, and then what we can do in here is we can basically we can make that mandatory, and this needs to be datum configuration, and then from this what we need to do is we need to begin. We're going to make this typeable. Process. Say and like so, as usual stuff. And what we can do is we can essentially we're going to need to have. We're going to create a string builder class. We're going to use string builder because this is going to get really complicated very, very quickly. Usually we don't use string builder, but in this instance, because we're essentially doing a ton of stuff with PowerShell, we're going to use, with strings, we're going to actually use string builder. Just kind of mark as code. All right, so what we're going to do is now we need to craft a parameter. Gosh. Okay, so what we're going to do is focus on three things. Every parameter that we're inputting will be mandatory. So that's fine. So we're going to go say screen builder dot append line, like so. We're going to say it's a mandatory parameter. I'm going to go string builder dot append line. We're going to say what's the type. It's going to be a string, like so. Because essentially this text that's going to come back will be then inserted into a PowerShell script, which then means that ScriptRunner will pick up, it'll see those changes, and then we can actually go through and populate those changes. Sorry, I'm just thinking out loud. We actually can just go through and populate, because we're using validate set. The data should already be in there, which means that, yes. Okay, cool. All right. Sorry, I just had a mental block there for a second. I was thinking, is that going to work? And then I realized, yes, it will. So if we go append line here, now I'm adding a thing here because we need to add a validate set. And this is essentially where we're going to insert our values for that specific item, for that parameter value. So, you know, ABC kind of thing. So what we're going to do here, this is where it's going to get very, very fun. ugh. And we also need to have the name as well. So we need to actually give it a name. So I need to have a think about that. Okay, so if we do that, so just, yeah, so with the, yeah, so with that, okay, so what we're going to need to do is have another look at A. And what we need to do, so iterating through each item. Oh, we should have flattened it. It's good, but it's not great. We should have flattened it. How do you use ScriptRunner for DSC? So the idea here is, so DSC, so ScriptRunner, so it's kind of, it's a very interesting concept. So are you familiar with Datum within DSC? That's, I think I've got to kind of figure out how, where we are in terms of the DSC journey. Are you familiar with Datum? I know what ScriptRunner is, not much a DSC. Okay, so design state configuration. I'm not going to go into all the bits and pieces, but the whole concept of is to be able to write. Okay, cool. All right, well that makes it a bit easier. So the idea here is that what I'm trying to do is essentially marry the two up. Now, the idea, my whole concept to try and make this happen is to be able to create, so you'll still have a DSC, so the idea is you'll have a DSC pull server which will basically sit on the ScriptRunner instance with a Datum configuration sitting on the back end. Now, Datum is written by Gale. It's the dad of DSC. It's essentially a means to be able to define design state configuration as YAML configuration, and it kind of compiles the DSC into a usable format. So it essentially is what it does. It's actually, sorry, let me rephrase that. Datum's a hierarchical configuration item. So, and what I mean by hierarchical is that what you do is you define your resolution precedence. So think of it as like group policy, you know, in terms of how it kind of flows down the stack in terms of you know, inheritance and things like that. So if you've got top level configuration, it kind of just follows that. And that's just, you know, how Datum works. And the concept is that you define the baseline configuration for it, and then it basically essentially kind of applies that policy on top and then squishes it all together. Doing that enables you to have common items. So when instead of building a server and you're saying, hey, you know, what it means is that, like, so if you're trying to build a server, what it means is that you can have common baseline configuration that exists across all your servers. So whether it's, you know, for instance, you want to onboard all those servers into Azure Arc, or you want to, you know, apply a whole bunch of security configuration that sits across all of them, it basically will do that. And the whole idea is that with data, the whole idea is that you want the node, which is the machine itself, the top level node. In some sense, yes, the whole idea is to be able to delegate configuration management to that. So the idea here is to be able to take the configuration that's from the so so for instance, we'll kind of use an example here. So let's say you've got a help desk person. The help desk person needs to create a new machine, or even not even help desk. Let's just say infrastructure guys. So instead of having the infrastructure guys going, into the machine, trying to provision the machine, they can literally jump into ScriptRunner, and there will be a script that you can. G'day Shane, how you going? There's a script that essentially what they can do is go, hey, I want to create a new virtual machine. So when they click the new virtual machine button, it'll go, okay. And what happens within that script is it'll look at the data configuration, essentially evaluate this. So it's pre-passing all this other code. And then what it can go is, okay, if you're, so these essentially would be items that would need to be inputted. But because we're using the validate set parameter, that will kind of constrain constrain what they can enter. So if they want to add, okay, we need to add a new server, it's going to be in a production, so they can go prod, and then from that they can basically go, okay, what kind of role is it? It's a file server, it's in this location, it's in this data center, it's got this IP configuration, essentially all that kind of stuff. And then on the node name, you can be like, okay, the computer name's this, and away it goes. Yeah, so that's the whole concept. The thing is that to get it to that kind of, like, to take the YAML configuration and then kind of pump it up into ScriptRunner actually is quite difficult, which I'm learning the hard way. But we're getting there, so it's, it's getting there. So the one thing that, that's the first goal. Like, I want to be able to at least try and get that pumped up into it. I think, and I think that there'll be there's going to be some other changes that will need to be made. So for instance, within the node name, that's not going to really pass. So we're going to probably use a template file or some kind of template to kind of dictate additional parameters that would go within the node file. So that's like, like computer name, description, things like that, which would kind of also kind of squash onto the template. Yeah, ScriptRunner's got a lot of interesting stuff. Now, one of the really cool things is that I found, it's not publicly known, which I kind of found that, because ScriptRunner uses Kerberos as its authentication via the web interface, is that you can actually just go and grab the URLs that it's using, and you can essentially write automation that sits on top of ScriptRunner. And to authenticate with Kerberos within PowerShell, so if you're using, invoke REST method, you just use the use default credentials parameter, and it'll automatically authenticate. So it makes it a really capable endpoint. Yeah. How you going, Shane? What's happening, man? What's happening on this Friday night? That's actually quite warm up there for you guys. Down here, it's quite cold. Yeah, DSC as well, but don't have a challenge at this point. Yeah, DSC, to be honest, DSC is one of these things that it kind of is there, it's kind of being used, it's kind of not being used. I'm kind of doing it just because I just want to see if it's possible. It also might add a pretty interesting angle to ScriptRunner to kind of have that functionality with it, so that you can use DSC to manage your environment through ScriptRunner, which would be pretty cool. The interesting thing there is that ScriptRunner would be like there'd be it kind of gives it a different angle. It kind of So, and the thing is though, like the other challenge would be is that can you integrate ScriptRunner like infrastructure with Ansible, Tower, or any sort of other automation platform. So it kind of like you kind of have this infrastructure component to it, and that's really what this kind of whole idea is, to see, okay, can we do it with DSC? We can do it with DSC, we can probably do it with Ansible, so anyway, all right, so where are we going now? So we need to essentially, the idea here is now to have those validate sets created. So I actually need to make a change. And the change is basically this. I'm just thinking. What's going on here? Sorry, I'm just kind of needing to look at this data and trying to just wrap my head around how I'm going to format this. So you got the item name, which is DSC, baselines. Okay, so what I'm going to need to do is flatten this. Yeah, I'm going to need to flatten this. And so what I mean by that is that we've got all these parameters, but we're going to have duplicates because that's how Datum works, is that you might have, it's not necessarily duplicates, it's just that like how you store your data. So you might have baseline information specific to an environment that's specific to a role. Now, that's pretty extreme, but you essentially are going to potentially have duplicates. So, and a good example for duplicates is environment. So if we go back and have a look at datum.yaml here, you can see here we've got node environment. So we need to flatten the array structure, and then from that what we need to do is flatten and basically remove all the duplicates, and then all we care about is anything that has a node in it. Okay, now we're cooking with gas. Alright, so what we'll need to do there is we need to flatten it. So we're just going to kind of... Just had a thought. We need another command. We need to call it format. The reason why is I can't flatten it in here because we need to flatten it on the array level, not on the within the command level. So it's going to kind of leave that for a moment. Let's go create a new one. We'll call this format. I'm just going to call it format datum configuration. That's fine. I could flatten it within read, but for the moment I'm just splitting everything out. Like so, and then what we can do is we're just basically going to say we're just going to call this datum configuration. And what I'm going to say is make it mandatory. We're going to make this a object. And then what we're going to do is get rid of that. We don't need them. What we're going to do is just say datum configuration. We can actually write this, so we can go group object.
Don't ever want you to leave. I know it's real and not pretend. I hope this feeling never ends, so it lasts forever.
Ah, this is a pain in the bum. This is a real pain. I think I may have done this wrong with format. I think it needs to be static. I don't... No, we can't. So I think there's an issue here. So I'm just looking at what I'm looking at. So it's custom objects. Yeah, it's a nested. I don't want it nested. I want it flat. It makes it way easier to kind of fix. So what we need to do here How am I going to flatten this? I'm trying to think of the easiest way to flatten this, and I think what I'm going to do. Okay, this is what I'm going to do. So, I'm going to refactor this bit. What I'm going to say is items for each object. And then I'm going to say, no clue what you're doing, so I'm here to watch, drink my beer, and then head bob until we figure it out. Oh, mate. So what I'm doing is I'm taking Datum and I'm marrying it with ScriptRunner. This piece of code here is pre-parsing the Datum resolution precedence and matching the data to the file structure. Essentially, it's kind of layering the data on top of each other so we can identify values without having to write complex code. The problem is at the moment is that the problem that we're having at the moment is the flattening of the structure. So what I mean by that is that we've got an array nested with an array, and it's going to make it really hard to do grouping statements. So I need to flatten the structure a little bit to make it easier. But that's okay, we can do that. I just need to flatten it within here, and then I can use format datum object to group the data, which then can be passed into convert to PowerShell parameter. Jeez, what a journey. What an absolute journey. Yeah. So what we can do here is we can just basically say, yes, custom object. And then we can just basically say, pass it like that. That's how we're going to make it work. Just going to give it a bit of as what I will say. So once I've got that done, what we can do is that will flatten it. So let's actually just rerun that. Oh, I'm gonna have to. And then what we can do is and then it'll actually make it a PS custom object as well, which would be great. So now if we get it, please don't break, please don't break. Okay, cool. I thought it was broken. Now it's flattened. Here's a question for you, Shane. When you're over there, when you say flatten, do you does that mean I just had a thought, because in Australia we say, I'm gonna flatten him, and it's like you're gonna knock him out. I'm like, does that mean the same thing over there? You're gonna flatten someone? Or it's like... So it's like, I'm just like, I feel like that's actually a very Australian term, and I just kind of yeah. That could be an interesting discussion topic. Is flatten an Australian thing? Okay, yeah. Flatten a fool, clock a nasty geezer. Flatten a fool, yeah, okay, yeah. But it's kind of funny though, because we use it in all kind of circumstances. My brother the other day nearly got flattened by a car. Like, he walked out over the sidewalk. He had his green walkie guy. The car just came through and nearly completely flattened him. And it's like, yeah. So I think it's yeah. Anyway, apparently fool and nasty are not permitted terms. I had to allow it. That's so random. Alright, so I think we flattened it now. And then what we can do is... Yeah. But it's not like... it's the thing is, the way that we use it, it's not like, you know, flat. It's like... maybe knock them flat? On the ground? That's probably the way that yeah. Anyway. Anyway. So what we can do now is we can format that configuration. So if I go a.group, we can see all the content there. And first thing what we need to do is we can actually just say a where object dot is var. So that will clean up and get everything that we want, and then we can say and item name it's grand. We say I will, yeah, for no. That's so funny because we say yeah, nah for no. It's like, oh man, we should go to Macca's, and it's like, yeah, nah. I always love that one though, because like everyone's like, like some people are like, what are you like? Or foreigners are like, what are you talking about? Like people from it, you're just like, oh, it just means that we're not going, but that doesn't make sense. Yeah, no. Or it could be used as a general term of disagreement as well. I found that one as well. It's like a polite disagree. You can be like, yeah, nah. It's, yeah. It's kind of funny though, because I was watching, Conan had a thing where he was like, he went to Australia and he was brushing up, you know, they do that kind of brushing up on some of the things. And some of the sayings that they say are like not true. Like they're just simply not true. So the things like I'm gonna be honest, everyone, like, you know, they always say budgie snugglers, like for you know, just like bottoms for swimwear, but I'll be honest, like that's not a general common thing that people say. People will more likely say togs, and even then you don't, and even then most people don't even wear it. They generally just wear board shorts. So it's like, yeah, like you might see some people, but it's like, yeah, togs. The one that they actually didn't actually talk about was, actually no, that would be a British thing. I don't think it's Australian. Was instead of saying bag, like school bag, you would say port. That was like something that I don't know. Like that sounds like, I think that's more British than it is Australian. But like that was only where I was in far north Queensland. But then like when I moved down to Brisbane, it was just generally like get your bag. Anyway, so what we're going to keep going is var. That's when you say yeah, nah. Yeah, nah. Yeah. Actually, yeah, that's when you say that. I'm not going to say yeah, nah, because that implies no. Yeah, so it's kind of funny because, yeah, the other thing is that, well, the one interesting thing is that, you know, even in Australia, like my accent, Australian accent is different. You probably would hear it as well. It's a lot different to other accents. It could even be classed as a lot more bogan, which is essentially like lower class, as you would kind of say. It's like, and that's like the accent, which is kind of like from far north Queensland. You know that, and it's kind of funny because like Amy has a different accent, but like Australia, like you still have that nasal kind of sound, which really sucks. But it's just, I think it's a lot more exaggerated in far north Queensland. Oh, all those people up there. So yeah, all right, let's keep cracking on anyway. So what we're going to do now is we're just going to filter out. I'm just going to get says var for the moment, and then what we're going to do is group them based on the item name. Okay, cool. And this is how we're going to clean up our. This is how we're going to clean up our values. So now, what we can do, groups. So group items, and then what we can do, I'm just going to kind of chuck that in there for the moment, and then what we can do is go group object. It's going to kind of dump that, just chuck that in. Great variable naming here. So then what we can do is, if we go, just iterate through 0, and then go group. Yeah, so we're going to have 2 items. Values. Okay, I think that's all right then. What's that? That's... Oh, no. We need to look at the environment. That's the one we need to look at. Okay, cool. All right. So we can say... now, I'm going to quickly talk about something and explain why I'm doing it this way. Is that I'm going to be indexing into the group property and not dynamically lifting everything. And the reason why is because there's no point. When the same item is being used within the datum configuration, if it's not being referenced, like essentially it's the same data, there shouldn't be any sort of discrepancies, and if there are, then there's a bigger problem with the person's configuration. So we're just going to be manually indexing that, which, yeah. So what we can do is we can now grab that data, and I'm just going to say select group. Yeah. Group. And then basically, oops, group. And then we need to just go and grab the values, because you can. And so what we can do here. I'm just trying to figure out how to get this flattened in one line without having to write copious amounts of code. So what we can do is group. You say values, it's just going to dump all the values out. So what we need to do, okay, I think I know what I need to do. So I'm just kind of going to write it in here. So if I go B for each object, and we can just go select object, and then we can go we can just basically say select object, and then we're going to use expressions. And so it's going to go name is equal to, actually, so we're going to say select object name. God. It's just so painful. So we're going to say item name, path. Yeah. And then what we can say is values. Like so. And then we can say expression. And what we can say here is that dot group dot values that. I think that's what we need. Let's just go ahead and run it. Well, that didn't work. This is getting quite intense now. I'll actually, like, I'll be honest, I'm going to kind of stay on stream. We're going to kind of finish this. Like, I want to be able to dynamically create the parameters. Excuse me. And that should... Sorry, I'm just... okay. So, if we can do it that means then... yeah. I think... then that's a massive step. We've basically pretty much done a lot of the heavy lifting under the hood. And then we can kind of focus on getting the... kind of start putting the integration into actually put it into ScriptRunner and testing it. Alright, so the next thing we need to do is if we've got group for each object... Why is this not working? b.group /0. I can actually do... Is it not playing ball? Is it not playing ball? Oh. It helps if I actually give it the right names. That would help, Michael. Okay, let's rerun that. So if we do that, okay, cool. So item name, item path, depth values. I think what I'm going to do as well is I'm also going to include, I'm going to format it and we're going to basically grab the variable name. Don't know what, we're going to, because we need to give it a parameter name. So I'm going to basically get rid of node, and then it'll just be called node name, environment, location. Okay, cool. Hang on a second. Why is it that? Why is item name? Okay. We need to take a step back. That's what we need to do. Let's try that. Alright, let's just dump that as C and go and take a look at it. The one, it's not working. I can already see it right there because it's doubled up on environment. It shouldn't have doubled up on environment. I don't care about the depth or the position, I just care about the name. Yeah, the next var name will be D. Got to make sure we keep that alphabet, and then we'll just increment. Alright, so I think I really want to get this done. So why is that? Selecting. Oh, hang on a sec. Hold the phone. Oh my god, my daughter's singing Let It Go. That's what we need to do. So we basically need to iterate through each of that. If I say that, then we don't even need anything. We just basically need to say that. Perfect. That's all we wanted. We didn't want anything else. Okay, cool. So then the only thing, group object, then I can go for each object. You can go like so, because we're just squashing. And then God, I just heard my daughter. They're going nuts. I don't know if you guys can hear it. Let me know if you can. Or if you want me to turn it off, NVIDIA broadcast off so you can hear it. And enjoy the, because it's really good. Oh, they're such cuties. So, and what I can actually say is parameter name. Just, let it go! Yeah. Oh, we could just listen to Holly. I was gonna say, I should actually hit her up and say, hey, mate, you need to put some more songs out so I can generate you some revenue. I realized that yeah. So some friends of ours have got like their own little like band. This is some of their music. This is their music, and I'm like, they need to release more music, because I'm like, there's just not enough to put it in a playlist. So yeah, I'm gonna hit them up about it. But the reason why I'm doing it is so that basically, because when so the other time, my part one of this, I actually played music from Twitch that when I published on YouTube, like usually I don't care if someone wants to claim like the music, because they've done the work, they can claim it. The problem that I have is that when they basically outright block it, so I have to go through and re-edit it, and I've got to go through and re-edit it again and then pull it out. So I'm just kind of had a gutful. I'm like, well, I've got friends who make their own music, so like I don't care if they copyright claim it. Like they can take the as long as they don't block it. That's all I care. And I don't think they really have any interest in doing that. So, and they plus, to be honest. Yeah, it's hard being an artist, put it that way. Unless you're like Katy Perry, like those kinds of big superstars, you can kind of make music. You kind of, people will buy your music just because of the fact that they know who you are. But when you're an unknown, it's kind of, yeah. Anyway, so what I need to do is simplify the item name to be a parameter name. So what I'm going to do here is just kind of go replace. What I'm going to do is jump in old Reggie. So what I'm going to do is essentially just gonna write a quick thing for this. Start off. Then I'm going to put that as a capture group, and then I'm going to create a second capture group. And then I'm going to call it ooh, I need to kind of get greedy there. How do I? Oh gosh, the sun's just completely obliterated my exposure. Give me a sec. Computer webcam. Oh god, it ain't playing ball. Let me try and NVIDIA broadcast. Nope, it ain't playing ball. Hang on. Actually, no, I found it. Just gonna change the white balance a bit. In a second, we change the white balance. That has now made me orange. Just gonna set to auto. What are you gonna do? Increase the brightness a bit. Nope. Contrast. I'm definitely not, haven't done this for so long. Saturation, sharpness, gamma. I think I've changed the exposure. Oh yeah. The exposure. There we go. There we go. And now I can flick back my white balance. There we go. Fixed. Alright. Cool. So yeah, I've got to kind of figure out how to get that other one on there. So what we can probably do... What we can do here... I'm just going to do it this way for the time being, just because I'm lazy. So what we can do is say replace. Let's flip that with some literals. And then we can just kind of... like so, and then what we can do is go C is equal to B, Ooh, what's going on with B, mate? What's going on with B? Why is that not playing ball now? I think you meant D. Yep. Group object. For each object. Select object. I'm just going to kind of do that, and then we can have a look at the object. What the? What's going on here? Oh, you overwrite the CVAL. This is why we use very descriptive variable names. I'm rerunning that. So that... Oh, God. This is some serious messed up. Okay, so what we need to do... So that's the dump, that's flattened. So now I can say B is equal to... Well, that is definitely not the parameter name. Let's clean that up a bit. Okay, cool. We're cooking with gas now. So we're gutting out the, we've gutted out the expression, and now we're left with the parameter name. We can use that. So when we call the script, we can use that to associate the names. Yeah, we can do that. Cool. All right. So what we can do now is we can just kind of bin that, all that. So now if we go format, datum configure, for God's sake, format, datum, and then what we can say is A, bang, perfect. All right, so now what we can do is we have this structure. What I'm going to do is make it D now because we're following the alphabet. So now we have D. What we can use is to go to convert that into it. And we can simplify the process now since we actually just have the parameter name. I could... Should I simplify the values in format? Yes, I should. So what we're going to... what we should do... Gosh, I love expressions. Okay, so if we've got C, oh no, B? Yes. So we've got B and we go values. And then what we can do is we can say .values .name select object sort object. Sort object unique. So if I rerun that and then rerun this, there's our parameter values. Nicely formatted. Go to ooh, 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 ooh. Not quite. Not quite. So let's just fix that up. So if we have a look at A again, I'm just going to say let's just have a look at B, because B's already nicely cleaned up a bit. If we go values, that's fine. That's not fine. That's not fine at all. What's that? That's no dot location. And so what the hell is it doing? Okay, so for some reason all right, what I'm going to do, I'm going to come back to this. I want to push forward, get the internet, get the parameter process working, and then I'm going to come back and focus on this, because this is going to require a fair bit of time for me to wrap my head around and try to understand what's going wrong here. So let's power on, assuming that it's okay for the time being, and then we'll come back. So let's do that. So now we've got D, we've got our parameter values and our parameter name. So the only thing then we need to do is go and then what we can say is validate set. And this is where we will append our parameters in. So I'm just going to go to D for the moment and go D0, and then we can go I'm going to use substitution in this. Oh no, I can't. I've got to use interpolation. Formatting, composite formatting. So I can basically say if I go datum configuration, so that's got parameter name, and then within here we're going to what we're going to do is, God, this is so... Oh, you probably... Oh, I don't know. I could probably just null it, but a pen... Oh. I just need to add... Yeah, if I could just null it out, but that's fine. Like, the idea is that we can just use the string builder to build it, and then we can use toString at the end to kind of make it work. So what I'm thinking I need to do here... I'm just going to use formatting. Just going to use composite formatting. We need to go datum configuration dot parameter values so like so. Then we whack it with a join. SB.append format. Cool. Is that the string formatting, is it? Okay, so we need to squash that. God, this is like giving me so many. Okay, so that, yeah, found it handy. Pass the string in and then comma separated values. Does it do composite formatting on it though? Let me have a look. Yep.
Smiling faces, just facades that hide the broken heart within. No answers till I
Okay.
let you.
So what we can do then?
Oh, I have never known a love
Use that format string. So can format culture. You need to. Do we need to create a culture? String object. Object of object define string. Okay. Okay, so I don't need to. I don't necessarily need to use it, but I'm going to just say append line, append format, and then I can kind of. Does it use the traditional placeholder? Yep, okay, cool. So we can then, sneaky suspicion I need to put a new line here. Alright, let's watch this train wreck of a function run. See what happens. So what I'm going to do is run it, kick it off. Are we up to D? Yep. Line 19. Oh, yep. Good call. Good spot. Good spot. Thank you. Alright. Let's just kick you off again. Alright, what are we broken? Okay, so first thing. Property cannot be processed because parameter name already exists. Oh, whoops. Whoops, 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 whoops. Okay, cannot validate argument values, blah, blah, blah. Does not belong to the set AB. Oh, whoops. Let's kick you off again. Okay, it took a little while, a little worried, but then we've come back out strong. Alright, let's have a look and see what this is doing. Well, first things first, I want to see what this does. Does it actually give the output that I want? I think so. That looks good. All right, well, let's run it. Let's go. Oh, let's see what it looks like. Oh, don't even need that. I can just do that. Let's put it on you. This is like, oh god, so. Oh my god, it's awful. That is definitely what we wanted. I don't think we need that thing. One thing we do need Alright, composite formatting tab. I think it's /T. Go to my best thing. SS64. Where is it? SS64. This is like, this is the site I used to use back in the day with command prompts, and for some reason I just keep coming back to it. I'm looking for tab. Padding. Positive number will right align end characters. Okay, so we can just left pad it. So we can say slash God. Okay. You know what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna do it that way. Alright, I'm just going to kind of step through this now and pick this off, and let's get this working. So what I'm doing here is that because it's got the age-old issue with if you pass the parameter in directly, it will pass as an array. So I just kind of need to iterate through it. Hopefully this fixes it. But the thing is it's going to be piped, so I just need to test both configurations. Like it's still going to break catastrophically, but okay, perfect. All right, let's just shift F5 that. All right, so the next thing I need to do is just pipe it in. Yep, perfect. All right, that's what we're going to do. So now we just need to redo that. All right, let's kick it off. Let's see what happens. It's still going to be catastrophically bad, but It's okay. Okay, I gotta change it now. before Shane loses it. Oh, but I can't. I can't use it because I'm using string literals. Oh, I could probably get away with that. I'm just... Gives me such bad heebie-jeebies. Oh, the old backtick. It's one thing, if you want to set the world on fire, that's the way to do it. Alright, so anyway, so let's carry on. So what we got here is... Let's just kick it off. Okay, I'm just going to F5 it. F5 it. Oh, why are you saying... Okay, we just need to know it all out. Alright, let's go ahead, rerun you. Alright, so carry on. It's alright. We need a new line there. Anything with a pen format needs a new line on the end. Alright, let's go ahead and rerun you. That looks good. That looks really good. Bring no name parameter manager, validate set. The only thing we need to pop on there is a comma. Ooh. Name, environment, location, role, baseline. You need to add a comma, but then I need to remove the last comma. That's how we're going to do it. Just trim it. Trim it off the end if it's there. Oh, wait, did I run it? Well, it doesn't work. It's going to do something. Yeah, why is it not happy with that? Alright, time to break out the old... Okay, I'm just going to dump this out. What's the last character? That's why I can't trim. It's a new line. maybe. That'll work. Just double trim it. Okay, cool. So check that 5, get rid of that. Now, what this means is that we can
Is this love, or did it leave long ago? Is this love, or have I just grown comfortable?
hooray! We did it!
Would you be
Winner! Cool. Alright. So now we suck that out. We can go back and fix that bug now. And then I think we'll call it quits. But that bug, we're going to figure out what it was again. So if we went back to D, oh, I have a sneaking suspicion I might know what it is. Well, I missed everything, but it's nice to see PowerShell streams. Yeah, we got it working. So we basically pumped up the essentially we've got the datum configuration working, so we kind of lay the data on top, so that's working, and then the only thing we need to focus on now is getting the sorry, I'm just quickly fixing my doc here. So not that one. So we just need to be able to there we go. So we just need to be able to fix this bug, and then we should be good. Should. The thing is that now we've got that information. I want to see if the next thing will be is, okay, does ScriptRunner work with, like, can it use the validate sets, which I'm pretty sure it can. Once it can validate sets, then it's pretty much ready to be pumped into a script, which we can write to provision a new machine. To provision a new VM, and then from that, it basically, that script that provisions a new VM will essentially be dynamically updated, and we might even need to actually refresh ScriptRunner. This is good. This actually might mean I don't need to go poking around in ScriptRunner, but if I do, it's okay, because what it means is that all I need to do, I don't actually need to do anything except open up, like, refresh the script, which is a very simple API call. It's just a very simple web service call to do, simplifying that side of things, making it, I'm just thinking, like, yeah, and then basically you can create the thing, and basically the script will go through, import the module, pass off the content, load the template. Like, the script to create the VM is going to be quite complicated, but if I can do all that, yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Alright, so anyway, we've got to fix this bug first. That's step number 1. Let's try and fix the bug. If we can fix the bug, then what we can do is implement a rudimentary version of the script into ScriptRunner and just see what happens with it. How does it handle it? And if it handles it well, then we can basically start scaling it up. If it doesn't, we're going to have to write some other stuff, but I'm hoping that we don't have to hit that roadblock. Alright, so what we need to do is we're going to fix this bug. So the bug for roll, it just stays minus. So if we say -2, you can see here, it's basically just parsing everything. That suggests to me that there's a problem with how it's matching the configuration in here. So what's being passed in is the wrong input, maybe? That's what's probably happening, is it's got the wrong input. But anyway, give me a break for 5 minutes, and I will be back, and then we're going to finish out this bug, and then we'll be back. So sit back, relax, listen to some music. I'll see you soon.
But
All right, let's carry on. That one. All right, so, all right, where were we? My cat wants to say hello. Oh no. So my cat has this new favorite spot, which is, I've got a NAS, which essentially is like a really flat one, and it's passively cooled, so it doesn't have any fans and it's dead quiet. And essentially the chassis is the cooling mechanism, and Cleo, my cat, likes to sleep on it because it's like a little electric blanket. Okay, give me a second to shut this door. I'll leave this door shut so I can keep warm in here. Might run a fire up ready or not so I can like heat up this room a bit more. Yeah. Well, it's better than your keyboard. Yeah, that's true. But the thing is that she just loves to sleep on it, like, because it's warm. But I went and checked the temperatures because I was like, is she overheating it? And like, it's perfectly fine. Like, there's no fluctuation in temperatures. And I like looked at it when she was on it and looked at it when she was off it, and it's like, yeah, she likes it. Okay, can't complain. Maybe in summer, but yeah. Anyway, all right. So we need to fix this bug. So what we need to figure out why the matching mechanism here is not working. Yeah, if you want to run a really good game, if you want to warm up your room, is Ready or Not, like that. I've got an 8700K and that kills my processor. So I just generally like, yeah. Speaking of NAS, our main NAS at work through a hard drive. Was lucky that UMart was up the road. Oh, g'day BW. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Guys, I'm going to show you some amazing deals on UMart. Now, keep in mind the sarcasm meter is pretty high here, but gosh, these are such amazing deals for end of financial year. It's like up to 45% off. All right, let's go and have a look at some drives. 30% off. Yeah, all right, let's do this. And it's like, all right, hey, you can save like 10%. Okay, hot deal. Seagate 10 terabyte. 7,200. Save $1. Hot deal. Yeah. Great job. $1 for a 4 terabyte. It's like 1% off. Wow. Like, come on. Marked up by 50%, but you can save 30%. Yeah. But it's not even that. It's like, you don't even, like, it's not even a sale. Like, it's just, like, there are some. So, for instance, you can see here, you can save, like $174 off a 12 terabyte hard drive. This actually might be a pretty good deal for $500. What kind of speed is it? Is it 7200 or is it 5400? It's 7200. That's actually okay. This is a good deal, but like. Shane, yeah, nah, mate. Not even it's like, yeah, you're kidding me. Like, some of it, but the thing is that that's an alright deal. See, that's interesting because it's like a 14 terabyte is $529. You save $90 and you get free shipping. I just don't understand this. Like, why is this 14 terabyte drive $529, but then this one's just saving more money? Like, yeah, anyway, it just doesn't make sense. Like, if you start looking at sizes and performance, it's just, I don't know. I was post ship. Yeah, you're like, just, that's nothing. You're like, that's the credit. Oh, that's the budget. You've got budget for that. But then, like, if you look at SSDs, this is really where, like, the ones that I really want are like, I want this one, but it's like $60 off. I'm like, no. So I want to grab 2 of these for my NAS and then just make it solid. Thanks for all you do in the PowerShell community. Oh, Grace, thanks, mate. Didn't really think I'd really do much. Kind of answer a few questions, do a couple of streams, have a really long rant about hard drives because it's really annoying. Yeah, but anyway, thanks for that. It's always good to have the appreciation. Where were we? Yeah, we're gonna fix this bug. So let's figure it out. I'm still waiting for your. Yes, I'm still waiting for me to do that too. I've got like. Oh, yeah. Looking forward to the book. Oh, thanks, mate. So with the book, we actually are really close now. So, I can't, like, actually, yeah, I can show this. I can show this. So we have, so the cutoff is, I can't show the content. We can kind of show the PR, which is fine. We've got 2 more chapters that are being written, 3 more that are going through editing, and these should be done within the next couple of days, so they'll enter editing. We can start cleaning all that up. But once that's done, then we're in the final step of them doing end-to-end editing, lots of graphics work. So yeah. When you start troubleshooting a script, do you first approach it by checking the logic or jump into the technical? That's a good question. It depends. The reason why, it depends on how much information I have. Now, the more information I'm given, the easier it is to jump into the technical. However, like for instance, right now, we've got a logical issue. Do you have a good video on Git and PowerShell? No. I ain't a Git person at all. There's a chapter on Git in the book, which is being written really, it's been written by Kevin. But I do not. Like, my Git skills are essentially like check out, commit, like, and then like, I do not have the advanced stuff. There's Freeman, who's on Reddit. He's a Git gun. He's saved the project a few times after I stuffed it up. Well, I didn't really stuff it up, but I was making somehow Visual Studio Code. I don't know why. I had the branch selected for my branch, but for some reason I was making commits to the main branch, and so I was like, "What's going on here?" So I had to git, like, so yeah, so Git Lens is good, but it's like, yeah, but. I'd recommend, like, if you're going to be using Visual Studio Code, just use Git Lens. Like, it's really, really good. So you can generally, it's essentially like Git Desktop, but yeah, the Git SCM book. Oh, alrighty. Anyway, so let's go and try and fix this. I'm going to rely on you guys now as well. So we've got this issue where. But anyway, yeah, sorry, actually, I totally forgot something. So, yeah, it depends. But one of the things, and this really, it comes down to how you want to run your code. So, and I wrote about this in the PowerShell Conference Book Volume 2, which really kind of talked about logging. And logging, like, so unit testing, there's always this emphasis on unit testing, you know, testing, test. And you can have testing throughout your code. But the thing is that you also need, testing is really good to, you know, find faults. But the problem is that you have to either have a test for it to be able to kind of find it. So like you kind of have to have something to look for it. And that can kind of paint you some of the picture, but you need a lot more information. And this is why, for instance, you know, like the Boeing, Airbus, they have on their planes, they basically send mechanical information. They basically send log data to their satellite. And basically it talks about engine performance and things like that, you know. And it's the same kind of thing as that logging it's a thing that's always been near my heart, but basically, and I've been like, and I use it extensively within code. The idea is that with logging is, a lot of people get annoyed about this, but I'm telling you now, it's better. And this is the thing, it's better to log too much than it is to log not enough. It's better to have too much information than it is to have not enough. And a lot of people are like, oh, you know, no, you can't because you're going to fill up your log files. Yes, that's true. Log analytics is cheap. Like, you can, I think it's like 2 gig for free each month. So if you've got an application that's basically like logging 2 gig a month, that's a lot. Like, that's a lot. But the thing with logging though is that it the reason why I say it's better to log too much is because when you come, say you've got the customer comes to you or someone comes to you and says X, Y, and Z is not working, the script's broken for this specific user, or this user is not getting this data, or and what happens is the first port of call will be the log file. I will go to the log file and go, what's going on with that user? And because you can see the error, and then you have the inputs, so you have the parameterized inputs for that function. You can then essentially write a test to find out what's going on, write your fix, and then you can basically integrate your changes. And like the problem is that I've been burnt with the lack of logging, and like for me, logging is not something where it's like start transcript. Start transcript is good, but it's not great. I generally write my own log functions to capture the data that I need to capture that I think is relevant. And what I mean think relevant, I mean like you log your parameters for your functions, because that makes it a lot easier if you've got an error that's been thrown inside a function, an exception that's been caught within a function. You have the parameters to recreate that input. So it's this whole kind of concept where you're logging as much data about the transaction that's as possible, so that when you have the biggest picture, you can see what's happening. So when you go start drilling down into the code, what you're looking at is, then you can go down into the technical. But the thing is that you don't need to spend much time into the technical debugging, because you have a bigger picture of what's happening with the logs. Yep, keep your DBAs in business, please. Yep. Oh, I don't know. Like, I don't think log analytics would count as a DBA. It's just like, I don't think you guys would manage log analytics. Just listening out there, I'm just thinking, is there something that I need to be aware of? And I'm like, no, I don't think so. All right. Anyway. So in this instance, I have to go into the technical, because I kind of know what's happening on the top level now, but I'm now going to kind of go into the technical, because I need to find out why. For instance, what's happening here is that it's matching on a depth of 2. It's grabbing, actually, I've literally just found the issue right now. But anyway, so the problem with it is that it's because it's basically matching on the depth of 2, but I think so. I think the issue is right here, and the reason why I'm saying that is because what we're saying is everything in YAML items, keep in mind, that's an entire structure where object the depth is 2. That basically will work. I also need I'm going to fix this. I need to think about this now. So what I'm going to do is we're going to drop breakpoint on that, and we're going to go back to basics, and we're going to go read some datum configuration. So let's go and do that. Jeez, this is a long way back in our command history. Come on, don't make me have to go and get it. There we go. All right, so these are the current items. So we've got all nodes. Is the top level, And then what it's doing is we've got YAML items. So what I need to put here, so I've got the path. Okay, so what's going on here is that because we're just matching on depth, it's basically just grabbing everything. So if I go YAML items where depth is 2, you can see that the items that we're looking at are all nodes here. It's basically, but because we're dumping everything, we need a means to be able to match the item name, the parent, the top level parent that needs to be described in here. So if I can basically grab within the YAML information the top level parent, which is pretty easy to do, then that means then I can get, then I can match based on the parent, and that will fix the issue. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense, because it sounds it sounds really convoluted. So what I need to do here is we're going to just say, let's go ahead and create a top level parent. So now, if you're not familiar with this, select expressions are an amazing way of formatting properties. Clear as mud. Yeah. You'll see it come together, and then I can explain it again. So keep in mind this is one thing I want you to remember. What's happening is basically when we're doing a match, we only want the data from all nodes. We don't want the data from baselines. That's a different directory. The YAML data, that's the data that it's searching, is just a big dump of data. So what we're going to do is in the YAML configuration, we're going to basically define another property in there, which we can basically say is the top level parent, and we can use that to associate our items. That's the plan, whether it's reality or not. So what we're going to say is we're just going to call it level parent. And then what we can do here we got the depth. So it's splitting. So what I should be able to do is do this. So now if I rerun that, what I'm going to do is actually just drop this in a, it's kind of a nested function at the moment. So what I'm going to do is just drop it into the console, and we're just going to go and dump it out. So if we go back to here and copy that path, and we can just go resolve YAML item, and we can go file path, okay, so that didn't work. So what we can do, I'm just going to drop this in a scratch pad. What I'm going to do here is hit that, like so, and then we can hit it again. Oops, is it resolving a lot of it? Okay, cool, that's working now. So let's just have a look at what full name is doing. Hit. Is what we want. I'm just kind of thinking about this now. So that's a count of 1. So that gives me nothing. Let's split that. Just kind of reverse engineering this, kind of getting my head around. So it's replaced file path with that. Okay, yep, and then it's split that. Okay, so what we need to do is flip that to 1. Hopefully this sorts our issue out. That did not work at all. We also got a whole bunch of files in there as well, you can see. So we've got PSD1s and CSV files, which I'm not too happy about. Why is that happening? So get child item, DSC works off the PSD to 1. So all we need to do is add an include. And we can just basically say star.ps at YML. Let's just rerun this. It's include, isn't it? God, why is it? Let's go and have a quick look at get child. I want to make sure that it's. I'm pretty sure it's include. Yeah. Oh, okay, cool. Alright, so yeah. What? Alright. It might be an array, that's what I was expecting, so we just gave it a string, which maybe it's not happy with. Nope! Time to breakpoint that. Can't figure out why that's not playing at all. Okay, back in debug mode. Filter, yeah, I think you can use filter, but I know that, like, this is... Yaml, 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 yaml. Yaml, 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 yaml. It's like... I think you're going to be right. I think if a trailing asterisk isn't included, if the recurse parameter is added to the command, the trailing asterisk in the path is optional. Okay. The recurse command gets items from the path directory and its subdirectories. I've always had bad juju with get child item. Have a look at a filter. Alright, so what we need to do, that should work. It'll work. Why didn't it include work? This is the one thing that drives me absolute bonkers. I'm gonna... Wobbly. What's it not liking? Like, I haven't used filter. Get child item filter. Get child item filter example. Oh, okay, filters faster than clues. Alright, what do you... Okay, filter start DLL. Alright, well, let's try that. Let's go ahead and rerun that. See what happens. Literal path is null. No, it's not. Oh, whoops. Run that. No, not that. Not that. That. Alright. Alright, Shane, you're right. Filter. Use filter. Alright. Let's see what happens now. Let's just kind of rerun it. Okay. So we got our top level. That is not top level. Oh wait, no, top level parent. Roles. Locations, global, environment, baselines, all nodes, datum.yaml. Okay, cool. So that means, oh, Michael's on. G'day, Michael Lombardi. It happens twice a week. That's great. God. Yeah, so I'm just thinking right now. So we're going to need to filter out the data, the datum.yaml file. That is not going to be processed. Depth of 1. Okay, I think we can fix it now. So if we go back to read datum configuration, what we can say now, I'm just going to quickly go and grab this code, copy that, and jump that in datum configuration. So what we can do is dump that in there, resolve YAML item. So that's now going to resolve that, which is good. And then what we can do here is we say depth is equal to depth, and I'm just gonna kind of F9 that again for a sec, because I feel like I might have just done something which I don't need to do. And I'm praying that that is not the case. Let's kind of have a look at this. Right, my debugger? Yes, okay, cool. Alright, so value, so is node name. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so what I'm just realized is that I also need to get the top level item here. So the item path needs to be described in there as well, and that will then fix this issue. So what I need to do, I'm just going to call it top level parent. Grab my select expression here. Actually, no, I can just do it in here. So I need to go, let's call this top level parent. Now what we need to do is we need the item path, which is that. And then we split. Actually, I don't really necessarily need to split. I just need to... Actually, no, I do need to split. And then I can do that. Alright. Let's rerun this. Oh, that is not good. Let's just add a second one on that. Alright, so if we have a look at that, all nodes. Good. So that, now we can use all nodes and depth to match the two, and that will fix our bug. So what we can do now, say, and then we can say top level parent is equal to top level parent, and that will match it, and we should fix our bug. Okay, so that's the configuration. So let's I'm just kind of going to find one. Gosh, this is the hardest part, is -3, I think. -4. I'm just going to find one in the array. So this is baselines, which is what was environment? It was environment. Yeah, okay, so we're in environment. This is the one that we found the issue with. So if we have a look at the values now, that's it. That's it. That's the win. Look at that. That's good. So now we can essentially go right back to the beginning, and now let's pre-pass some code and convert it into parameters, which then ScriptRunner can suck it up and we can actually use. So what we can do now is, if we go, okay, let's actually use some real names now. So we can just go, if we go data configuration, and then what we can do is we need to format that. So we're just going to go formatted. So data configuration. Oh shit. No, I think we're right. So we can go to format, datum configuration. No, consistency is key. Why is it not working? Damn. Okay, what's going on with format? Is format like piping? Gosh. Ah. Well, that doesn't work. Well, I'm just gonna. Okay, so what format is doing is it's basically simplifying the parameter information that was outputted by Datum. So it's taking all that data and then essentially massaging it in a way that the script can do it. So we're just going to put that formatted. So then now, if we have the formatted data, we can actually then go formatted, and then we can go convert to PowerShell parameter. And there we go. Use PS readline for your history. Jeez, man. Jeez, man. Yeah, I really should. I'm like, yeah, I really should. Like, there's no excuse. I'm just like too lazy to. That's the only excuse. It's just too lazy. Now that's working. That's really cool. So, ooh, what's environment doing? That's not good. Found a bug. So there should be environment variables in there. But that's basically the gist. Essentially what we can do is then dynamically write the PowerShell script. Yeah, we're going to do some very interesting stuff with this now. Well, we're going to need to fix this bug now. So what we need to do here is we've got the environment. We've got the environment. What's going on here? Is this love, or did it leave long ago? Is this love, or have I just grown comfortable? Would you be why is it doing that? That's going to be the format, is it? Let's have a look at formatted. ScriptRunner, desired state configuration. That is my end goal. Essentially, what I want to do is be able to take all the great things from Datum, take all the great things of ScriptRunner, and then just make them work together. So what I'm trying to do at the moment is essentially creating a means to be able to actually, well, I've pre-passed the Datum code and then I can associate values. And the reason why I want to do that is that when a new user, if you have infrastructure person and Datum wants to create a new, when you have a new infrastructure person who wants to create a new VM in ScriptRunner, what we can actually do is that we can actually dynamically set the Datum configuration. We can dynamically set the configuration within Datum for that. So there can be like the environment, could be production, you know, and what will happen is then basically it'll create that node file, provision the VM, and then basically ScriptRunner, you know, ScriptRunner will provision the VM, and then basically the DSC, once the VM actually goes and contacts the DSC pull server, it'll actually go and pull that DSC configuration and then apply it. So that's the whole concept here. The whole idea on I'm trying to kind of see if it's possible is to be able to kind of integrate infrastructure into ScriptRunner, which kind of gives it a lot of power, especially around making things easy. Like the whole idea wanting to do is that be able to abstract away the Datum YAML files while that's good for the advanced people, but for the key help desk people who need to spin up a VM, who don't know anything about Datum, DSC, anything to do with that, that basically gets abstracted away into a simple next. Oh, excuse me, next. No. ScriptRunner essentially, okay, it does. Like, you can deploy desired state configuration because essentially it's just PowerShell code. The problem with it is that it's really, the whole idea that I'm trying to do here is essentially create it in a way that basically makes it dynamic. So you could literally hard code this. Like, you could just basically go into the parameters of ScriptRunner and say, these are the items that you can enter in, run your script, create your thing. But the whole idea here is to make it completely dynamic so that it's scalable. And it's scalable across different implementations. That's the whole concept here. And then if it's scalable across different implementations, then it means that it's actually usable. You can actually pick it up. It's not something that's kind of just a static entity. It's actually a lot more dynamic and flexible, which is what you need to have if you're wanting to kind of have an IAC implementation. Yeah, anyway, so we need to fix this bug with the environment. It looks like the values are there. What's going on with the environment? Let's go and have a look at environment. Whoa, wait. No, that's roll. That's why it's not working. There's no values. Alright, so now we're going to go figure out why it's not adding values. So, over to format it. So format data configuration. Something's not working in here correctly. So what we're going to do is drop a breakpoint, and we're going to carry on with it. So what I'm going to do is reformat that code. Okay, so this is the first one. So one thing, really cool thing you can do, alright, so okay, so environment has values. Alright, so what I'm going to do is just have a quick look at the grouping. So that works. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go back to my awesome naming convention. And we're going to have a look at environment. That's interesting. Why does that have no values? Okay. I'm going to need to end the stream soon because my wife's going out, which means I need to look after Naomi. So I just want to see if I can figure this out. That's node name, that's node environment, nothing in node environment, nothing in the other node environment. Oh no, wait, that's location, infrastructure, role, location, environment, nothing in environment. Why is that? Okay. There's still a bug in our original code. Something's not right with the environment. We're populating the values. Something's not right here. So I'm going to have a look at this again. Alright, let's kick it off again. Oh, that didn't kick off. Alright, let's try that again. Yeah, right. So we're under values. So the first item in here is node name. Now it should be environment. No, it's datum. DSC file 1. That's all nodes. Okay, what I'm going to do here, I'm just going to add a conditional breakpoint. Add a breakpoint. We're just going to say, I'm going to say here, did you write your own YAML parser or did you use YAML PowerShell? Oh, I just used the YAML PowerShell. That actually is used out of the box by Datum, so I just kind of just used what they had. It's pretty easy. What I'm trying to, this is what's going on here is this pre-parsing the PowerShell. So essentially, these items need to be pre-populated before execution. Yeah. Alright, so what... just give me 2 secs, so I'm just going to quickly go speak to my wife. Sit back, listen to music, I'll be back in 1 minute.
Seasons coming, seasons go, but for so long I felt alone. Whispers in my head were running.
Alright, so what I'm going to do is just add a conditional breakpoint. Just got to update a list here. Potatoes. So yeah, tonight is we're making got guests over, so I'm making Mama Sherry's ribs. She's the she actually published the recipe. She's the lady that was on like Gordon Ramsay. That Gordon Ramsay actually liked the food. She's like, I just don't know how to run a business. And so she actually gave you the recipe. It's basically like a 2-day marinade on the pork ribs. Like I've done 7. It doesn't really make it any better after like 2. Like 2's like all right. 3 days is good. And then basically, yeah, and then it's like that with and then like it's Southern Comfort, shot of Southern with Southern Comfort and Pepsi Max, and then the chips basically have to be handmade because celiac, but it's like the perfect meal. I don't know why. I don't know, like everything just perfectly complements each other. Like with the barbecue sauce from the ribs and the chips, and then it just like there's a slight heat from the ribs. It's a kind of a little bit of a spicy one. Corn chips do not have gluten. Yeah, but I'm actually like, these are proper potato chips. Like I've actually got a chipper, so I like stick the potato in and go and it just makes chips. It just goes and that makes chips. But like, yeah. So and it just like that meal is like, for me, like it's just there's nothing else in the world that is better than that meal. Like I just sit there, and once I finish that meal, like everything, like the drink, the potato, the ribs, it just works. Like it's just the perfectest meal. Like everything complements each other so well. I'm like, yeah, so I'm really excited for tonight. I'm so excited. I get to and you got to cook it on a barbecue because the flame grill makes it so much better. Oh my god, I'm getting really excited. If you guys, maybe at the very end, I'll show you the actual recipe where you can go and get it as well. Like it's worth like having a go at. Like I can definitely say it's like really, really good. Anyway, all right. So let's see if we can actually. Let's see if we can actually get this. Oh, okay, that didn't work. All right. Let's try it again. Nope, didn't work. Let's just reload that. So just gonna add a watch. Just gonna have a watch. What am I watching? I'm just gonna watch the item name. That's what we're gonna watch. We're gonna look at the item name. Datum, DSC, DSC Web, DSC File 3, DSC Web 3, DSS LCM, server, so that's a role, desktop, security, there, we're environment. Okay, why is this not working? We're in the item name dev. Hang on 2 seconds, my daughter's calling me. All right, let's keep going. So we're trying to get the values out of this. And I am guessing it comes back with nothing. Yep. No. What's the top level node? How the top level parent is all nodes? When it's friggin' clearly... Am I doing something wrong here? Like, is there something? Long top level parent is all nodes. is going on? What? The only thing I can think of is that it's not, because I've got a nested function within a function, I think it's having a bit of a fit and it's using an older version. Oh, don't worry. Oh, actually, sorry, give me 2 minutes. I'll be back. Sit back, listen to music. I've got to get sausages out and I've got to go flip the ribs. Give me 2 secs.
Heads turn as you walk by. Can't believe I call you mine. Your hand fits mine so easily. It's like you were made for me. A kaleidoscope of colors is what I see when you are near. I know it's real and not pretend. I hope this feeling never ends. Hope it lasts forever. Hope it lasts forever. This young love will grow with us endlessly. Never tire or give up. When we're older and our bones are tired. This young love will still be fighting. Fight for me, I'll fight for you. Fight for me, I'll fight for you. Fight for me, I'll fight for you. Fight for me and I'll fight for you. Can we pause this moment?
Okay, so let's carry on.
I don't ever want you to leave.
I'm going to restart PowerShell.
I know it's real and not pretend. I hope this feeling never ends. Hope it lasts forever. Let's make it last forever. This young love will grow with us endlessly. Never tire.
And what I'm going to do is we're going to rerun that. Figure out what it's going on. All right. Node name. Datum. DSC file 1. DSC web 1. DSC file 3. DSC web 3. DSC file 2. DSC web 2. DSS LCM. Server. We're in baselines. Desktop baselines. Security. Baselines. Dev. Environment. Okay. Is it still doing the same thing? Top level parent. No. Just no. No. Why is it not working? That then if I enumerate that doesn't give me anything back. That's a depth of 2. That's a depth of 2. I'm not overriding anything. Why is it doing that? That is really interesting behavior. What is it doing wrong? All right. It's time to break these out. So what I'm going to do now is resolve YAML item. We're just getting rid of these. These are getting in their own functions. Alright, so they're out in their own functions. So I'm just going to focus just on that. Get that fixed. Get that fixed. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Alright. Okay, cool. Alright, that's working. Okay, resolve YAML item is not recognized. God's sake. Got sourced in. Okay, so what we need to do now is we need to what I'm going to do is rewrite this. For each item and items. It's kind of being a bit lazy. I think I'm just going to do it this way because it up a bit like so. Alright, let's try and figure out what's going on here. Come on. Come on. Resolve YAML item is not recognized. Alright, let's bin it, reload it. Alright, so reloaded that. We're gonna have to F5U, 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 and resolve. God, please. It's going to pull these and see if they're actually loaded. Yes, good. Alright. Let's see if we can actually get it working this time. Resolve YAML item is not recognized. Alright, that point there. Alright, let's figure out what's going on here. Resolve datum item. I think something's not right here. Is it just me or the debugger on this is broken? Okay, I'm relaunching VS Code. I think the debugger is broken. Because what's happening is that the function's being called, but it's not actually doing anything. Let's just relaunch VS Code. Alrighty, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go copy path, directory there. Then I'm just going to go get shell item, and then I'm just going to go pipe. Should have done this Just dot source them all in. Okay, so now we should be able to go resolve. No, stop harassing me. I can do it later. Resolve YAML item. Yeah, okay. Okay, cool. It's there. Alright, so now if we go and debug this. And then if we call it, is it going to work this time? It should be there. So what's the debugger doing? What I'm going to do... So this annoys me so much. I think I'm going to fix this because I need to debug it. That needs to happen, but I can't debug it because oh, okay, now it's working. Are you passing in a file? I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. I don't know. I don't know. Oh well, it doesn't matter. Okay, so we're cooking with gas again. Oh shit. Come on. I'm like, I just want this done. Ah, come on. Now it's hung. Okay, dot source stand. I just want to see what... That's not good. Is it not returning anything now? That's even more frightening. It's just like make a change to a for each object and it's just a for each, swap a for each object to for each and it's completely broken. Alright, time to debug. Alright, so let's just go ahead and run that. DSC configuration. Oh, DSC. Alright, okay, so not some name. Alright, well let's just kind of like make sure that this is still working. That's not working. What's the item? Node environment. The YAML. What's this? Item. What's an item? Okay, top level parent is all nodes. Okay, so why is that not enumerating anything? Okay, I'm just gonna go item, top level parent. How can it be all? Okay, that's fine. Okay. So top level, and then it's looking at a depth of 2. So it'll look at the top level. So depth and top levels still exist. Yes. So all nodes. The reason why is because it's only getting the low level items. Yep, it's only getting the low level items. So if you go resolve YAML item, get child item, recur, select object, item path, depth. I know why. The reason why is because these are directories. It's looking at files. It's not looking at directories. So what's happening is that because it's looking at files, there's no file. These are not files. These are directories. And so what it's doing is it's basically trying to match values based on that. It is correctly associating them, but because there's no actual files here which are actually being returned within YAML items, it's never ever going to actually have anything in it. Which means, and because we're indexing statically, we're basically getting the first instance, which in this instance is the environment items that basically don't actually have anything. They're getting the items from here, and that's why. And it would work if we had you could rewrite. So like we've got the top level parent. Because the top level parent is all nodes and it's looking for an environment, that's why it's not going to work. So if you come back here and we go into item, you can see it's detected an environment in there, but because the top level parent is all nodes, there's no files in there, it will never be able to get any values. So there's two ways that we can fix this. There's either we fix it in here, where basically we rewrite the function so that it's capable of not looking for, it searches on the environment, on the item name. So if we basically rewrite this and we say, if we say depth is item, and we say what's not top level parent, item name is equal to an item name. Did that work? No, what's in here? think. Okay, we still need to fix this query up. So let me fix this query up and we'll come back to it. So we've got item.depth is equal to $_.depth. That's broken. What I'm going to do is drop this in a separate line so we can actually drop a breakpoint on it a little easier. Like so. And then what we can do is say item.topLevelParent is equal to .topLevelParent, like so. I'm just thinking about this now. Yeah, I think this is the way we can fix it. So I'm just going to run that, reload that. So if we reload this, please go in. Okay, cool. So if we have a look at what the items are, yep. So we're at Datum. That's not going to do anything. That's not going to. Node name, node name, node name, node name, node name, node name. Come on. Node name, node name, node name. All right. Still going on. Come on. There we. Oh, okay. Phew. All right. So let's take a quick dump at that. So you can see here, top level parent item name. So top level parent is items, but it's an environment. And the item name is DSC Web 3. Okay, this is not going to work. Oh, sorry, this will work, but we're going to have to filter it later down the line. So what we're going to do, I'm going to keep it as is. And we're going to let it, make sure it still works. That's the main thing. So I'm just going to go back to A. Oh, I didn't want to hit breakpoints. If we hit A, oh shit, what's it not returning now? Is it actually working? Please work. Oh, okay, that tells me that I need to reload this whole thing. Okay, so... Alright, so something's still not right here. I'm just going to kind of have a think about this. Alright, so let's reload that. Just want to make sure that we are still able to get content. Like that's, like I want to fix that. Once we can fix that, we can then jump into the formatter and we can fix it in the formatter. And the idea there is what we can do is just grab, it's repeating data. So what we can do is go and grab that data and then essentially just squash it. And then basically sort anything that's a duplicate, and that's how we're going to fix it. Alright, let's give this a go. Okay, so that's false. Gonna drop it out there. Have a look. Okay, so that's returning content. Gonna breakpoint up here. It's gonna breakpoint there, and we're gonna have a quick look. I'm going to breakpoint there. Oh, okay, I just doubled up that one. Whoops. Okay, this is weird. Why? You gonna hit me a debug? Can you give me a debug? Let's try that. That's not playing ball. Hang on, my daughter's calling. Give me 2 secs. All right. Should you change the return to continue since now you went to 4 each? Good spot. Thank you. That is the issue. That was the issue. So if we go read A. Oh god. Oh god. No, not that. Rerun that. That's the reason why it's not working, because it's returning completely, just returning nothing when it hits. Yeah, that is why. Thank you so much. Perfect. All right. Now I'm just gonna use capital A. So there should still be data in here from the environment. So top level environment. See, why is it not working? There should be data there. There's no data for environment. So that top level is all nodes, which is fine. But a top level of environment doesn't have anything. Okay, so what we're going to do is I'm going to breakpoint that. Add a condition. We're going to basically say item.top level parent is equal to environment, and we're going to drop that into our debugger. Like, why is that condition not working? Okay. I need to update VS Code. Something's not working. So I'm just going to look at the top level parent. All nodes, all nodes. This is the node environment, which is not what we're wanting. We're wanting the top level parent of it to be environment. Probably keep a count actually. No, I'm gonna just use a count. Okay. Top level is environment, item path, depth 2. Let's have a look at here. So top level is environment, item path, depth 2. That should work. I'm just going to run that, see what it does. It does work. Yeah. What the living hell is going on right now? The only thing I can think is what's happening is it's overriding the property somehow. Okay, well let's try this. So the item dot values. Okay, cool. All right. So let's do this. Let's actually run it statically. It's there. So that suggests I'm gonna hit it. I think it's how it's updating the property. I think there's something going on inside the modification of the properties. For some reason, it's clearing the property. That's the only way I can think that's something is changing. That's the only way it makes sense. I feel like if I recreated the property, or like recreated the object, it would work. But that's like just terrible idea. I think that's what's happening. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like it's terrible at the moment. It's just absolute. Alright, give me 2 secs. I'm just gonna. This is now.
need you to know that it's not your fault. It's on me. Your thoughts like a thief have crept up on me. Made a hole.
That's interesting. It's so interesting.
It would get this far away from where it started. I was just looking up, but now I'm looking at you like you're perfect. And I'm not
It's so weird.
help me out. Come take my head, 'cause I don't think I'm seeing straight. Is anybody
Why is it doing that? It goes through, it adds all the items, and then it goes through.
seeing past the glimmer and gold? Is like trying to look right into the sun.
It's using a hash table.
Bright,
So item 1, I'm just going to have a look in here.
and quiet.
So, okay, so this is all nodes that it's adding. Okay, this will be the environment. That's all nodes. This does not make sense. Something's not right. I just can't figure it out. Because it just...
Seasons coming,
Okay, so I'm just going to kind of...
but
All right, let's kind of break this down. So, where's environment?
whispers
Security. We've got roles, locations, environment. The depth of 1.
smiling faces, just facades that hide the broken heart.
There it is. It's there.
No answers.
What the hell is going on? Was it there the whole time? We just didn't see it. Maybe that's what it was. Because that's the data that we need.
You love me at my worst, and you never cease. When
I think that's probably, maybe we were just looking, like, maybe the, it just, maybe. Okay, so if that's the case, gosh, this is like a mind bender of, like, weirdness. So now we're going to go back into here. And we're just going to go, I'm just going to F5 this to make sure we're ready. We got that knows about our breakpoint. So we can then go format, datum configuration, and then we go datum configuration A. Okay, cool. All right, so what we're going to look at the datum configuration. I'm just going to confirm again that I'm not going mental. Okay, they're the roles. Yep. Location. Environment. Okay, we're doing okay now. So, that then means that if we've got that, let's just go item name. Okay, perfect. So this, I'm just going to group them. Call it B here and here. So we're going to have a look at the environment. And now we need to merge. Dot group. Dot values. Oh God. Oh God. God. I'm just thinking about the because the other one doesn't have. I'm just thinking right now. So we've grouped on the item name, which is no.environment. So that needs to be group. Yeah, I'm going to need to use a where object. So I need to say where group, where object, dot values, dot count. What just happened? Did I like? I'm just gonna like multi-line this for a moment. So I can kind of just track what I'm doing with this. Where count dot values dot count is not equal to 0. Let's try that. Okay, I've done something wrong. Oh, I've just got to stick the whole thing in there. Yes! Perfect! Alright, shift F5. What's wrong with that? Oh god. This is such a absolute mess. This is such a mess. I hope you guys love it. No, I can't select first one. The reason why is because... Actually, no, you're right. I could select first one. Sorry, no, you're right. This is an absolute... That's probably one of the most toxic lines I've ever wrote. It's a good line, but it's still just... I feel it like it's super toxic. Let's go and format this thing. That's not working. Ah, that'll do. I think we need to fix that because essentially what's going to happen... Actually, no, we don't. We don't need to. The reason why is because when we actually... it'll deal with it later. So when it creates the parameter names... Just wondering whether it's going to be... Yeah, maybe it might break. But we'll see. All right, so what we need to do now is, if that's formatted, now we should be able to... Geez, that took an hour to fix that bug. What we can do is now go convert. We did it. There we go. That's the win. Finally, we got the win. That's a really good win. And that means that all the data's now ready to rock. I think for the time being, it can just stay like that. But I think that, yeah, I'm happy with it. I'm very happy with it. Yeah. What a stream. That was good. That was really good. I think, yeah, I think, yeah, I think what we can do now is, I totally helped. Mate, just by having you looking over the code and comment, like making a comment, it, like, I don't care if you didn't think you helped, but everyone helped. It was good. I think what we need to do now, yeah, I think that's, I think I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to also need to start up repo soon and actually start committing stuff, because I am paranoid that I'm going to lose my drive, even though they're brand new, but still. So what I think I'm going to do is, we'll finish it for today. I did promise ribs, so let's go and do a discussion. I'll show you the Mama Sherry ribs and kind of just talk you through, like it's, yeah, like, okay, just as a disclaimer, I'm no rib person, so, yeah. Alright, let me just pause this, and then what I'm going to do... also, if you wanted to, the music that I was playing was on Spotify. It's a friend of mine. Their names are Chillingworth. So yeah, if you want to like listen to their stuff, that's them. Let's go and fire up. Now, now that is a working remember to kit. It sure is, mate. All right, let's go and have a look. So, let's see if I can find this this video. Ribs. Like, yeah, so this is the video here. With Mama Sherry. It's just kind of fire this up. So essentially, as you can see, it's really well recorded. She recorded it through a phone.
So tender.
Yeah, it's like, it's, I have to admit, like, okay, the vinegar is going to make anything tender, to be honest, but, yeah, she kind of shows you, she goes through and shows you. It's just so funny. It's absolute character, absolutely, definitely worth watching. She's got some really great recipes, like, you know, like really Southern American food. But again, that I don't know. I'm just kind of following her recipe. But the idea is that she shows you exactly how she makes it. I make a gluten-free version of it because I'm celiac. But it's essentially, it tastes exactly the same as what you would have with a gluten version. Yeah, and she kind of just goes through and...
Even if it's the only time you're going to use it.
yeah, it's like brown sugar, you know, you get a little bit of molasses, there's cumin, you know, things like that into this, and basically it's just a marinade, and it literally just marinades for like ages. And then when it really kind of comes down to the like the very end, see if we can kind of show what it looks like. And then it's like there, the ribs there. It's just kind of.
Oh man.
And then yeah, and it's just yeah. And that she's got them on the bone. I actually prefer spares because I don't like them on the bone. But yeah, definitely worth checking out. So it's like Mama Sherry, Mommacheri. So yeah, you keep telling yourself it tastes the same, but we know you're just trying to cover the sadness up. Nah, mate, that is better. Like the only thing that doesn't taste the same is gluten-free bread. Like most things like gluten-free biscuits and stuff like that, I can kind of get like, okay, some of them are just plain terrible. Absolutely terrible. There are others out there that basically are really, really good. They have a really good thing. Like in terms of gluten-free bread, the best bread now to get is Tip Top as a bread. It's like as a gluten-free bread. Tip Top. I'm just saying. The idea is that like it's just that like the problem with the bread is that it literally just kind of falls to pieces. Like gluten is like the best glue that you can have for bread, so it's just really hard to get around that. On a serious note, just watch the salt, sugar, and fat, and gluten free, and that's as they often use those to help with the taste. Yes, that's exactly right. You've got to be very careful. The thing is though is like we went out last Friday. We went out to some vegan place, and you've got to be very careful with vegan because vegan foods are full of gluten, absolutely full of it. That's how they can kind of make that substitute. And that's obviously, yeah, we and they had like gluten free, and I had the discussion with the guys and the restaurant guy, and I'm like, had a burger and chips, and I was so hungry, I didn't eat breakfast. So I had a second burger, and I don't know if they really went full celiac over it. And yeah, Friday night I just had the worst migraine, and then Saturday, um, it was like oh I woke up Friday like late Friday night, so like you know, or Saturday morning like 1 a.m. in the morning, and like I knew I was staring at the screen, but like and I had migraine medication, and oh sorry, I was staring at the roof, but for some reason I thought I was staring at a screen, and the screen basically like the mesh on the screen like that mesh was super like bolded like a letter, and it was alternating between pink and purple. And I'm just sitting there, like, what the living hell is going on? This is the first new aura for me, and it's quite common. Like you get auras with migraines, and I was talking, I was like telling the guys at work, and they're like, "Are you sure you didn't take anything else?" I'm like, "Yes, I didn't take anything else. It just is not fun." Yeah, anyway, so thank you everybody for joining. I hope you enjoyed the stream. It was a lot longer than what I usually go, a couple of hours longer. I started a little later, but that's okay. Um, I won't, or maybe I'll be streaming next weekend. It's going to be really tough. I do have a wedding to attend to, so on Thursday I'll be back Friday. I don't know how I'm going to be, but um, yeah, so I'll be back on Saturday. Maybe I'll probably be streaming Saturday, and with the goals, if we are going to be doing this, is I'm going to try and plug initial instance running into ScriptRunner, see if it actually does it what I want it to do. If it does, the next couple of steps is going to um, be able to force, essentially write the provisioning script by using all these functions that we've kind of written, get that working. But this provisioning script's going to have to be dynamic. So the provisioning script needs to be able to look at its own parameters. So that's going to be another challenge. I don't know how I'm going to do that yet. There's going to be two ways I'm going to do it. I'm either going to try and look at the existing AST, see if there's something in AST that's already there. If it's not, basically I'm going to grab the file path of the script and then pass it into AST, so I can get the parameters out of it. And then those parameters will essentially become the values that can be added into it. So it's not a dynamic parameter. We're going to still keep it static in that sense. But the idea is that it's going to kind of help with building the YAML file. And then once we can build the YAML file, we can then start setting up the actual end-to-end process. We can deploy a machine, get that machine, or we can actually deploy a machine, install it through Hyper-V, be able to get all that ready, and then attempt to actually onboard it into the domain, and then attempt to actually deploy DSC onto it via our Datum configuration, and deploy. So basically what it'll do is it'll deploy the initial configuration to talk to the Datum server, the DSC pull server. Once it talks to the DSC pull server, then it will, I'm just thinking out loud, it will then download the configuration. So, and then that's that. Lots of small stuff to do, but still it's very, very interesting. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Any questions or anything, you know where I am on Twitter. Anyway, I hope you guys have a good Friday night or a wonderful Saturday, and I hope to see you guys next week.